Hello, good morning from the Mattioli Arena here in Leicester. It's the last day of the BetVictor Championship League. We started out here in early January with, of course, the first of 7 groups. All the group winners made it through to the winners group. We've already had one day of action, and today we will have the playoffs, and tonight we will have the final to see who is our champion in 2025. And one thing we know already is that Judd Trump is going to be in the playoffs for sure, because as you can see yesterday, 4 out of 4 for him. 3 of them were in deciders. He battled his way through, so he's got 2 matches to play, but he's guaranteed a playoff place. As for the others, though, well, Jiahui and Karen Wilson, 2 points apiece. Then we've got 4 players, all on 1 point. Mark Selby, Jiahui, Vafaei, and Matt Selt. Selt's only got 2 matches left to play, but that is the table, and of course it's going to change after every match, and every frame played is going to play its part in determining who exactly comes through. Table 2 kicking off right now. Jiahui against Matt Selt. That's live on Matchroom Multisports YouTube channel. And here on Table 1, what a match to kick off. The world number 1 against the world number 2. The 2 players of the season, Judd Trump and Karen Wilson. They've got a real rivalry going this year, and they are going to start very shortly. And you can see all the matches there. The final will be here on Table 1 later tonight. Yeah, so what a brilliant way to start the day. They've had several meetings already this season. Karen just edging it in terms of matches they played. 2 finals, of course. 1 in China, 1 in Belfast. And he won at the Masters. Trump beat him at the UK Championship. But this is a slightly different one in terms of Trump's already qualified, so the pressure's off him a little bit. Wilson 2 points out of 3, in good shape overnight, but looking to make sure, of course, he finishes in the top 4. And who knows, Stephen Allworth, this could be the final tonight.
Yeah, I think it'd be great if it was, wouldn't it? 2 of the players of the season, no question about it. World number 1, world number 2, the world champion. A brilliant matchup. And I think regardless of the table standings currently in this group, if they were both on 0 points, they'd really want to win this game still. Just that competitiveness within them. And if it does go to be the final later on this evening, they want some positive memories to draw back on. Try and land an early scalp now. A bit of a body blow.
Yeah, they're both acutely aware of the abilities of the other. It's a fascinating rivalry, which has become more of one, obviously, since Wilson won the World Championship. Now then, he's already going for a big shot, or is he? He was thinking of the black, but we'll just step back.
Green ball.
Saw him earlier, looks refreshed, I think, towards the end last night, and he wasn't the only one. It was a long day. You know, safety play was abandoned, wasn't it? Everyone was going for everything, but that can happen after a long day here. It's a new day. It's the biggest day, of course, of all. The final day. Yeah, Wilson sort of half bowed his head there, didn't he? He knew he'd left that on. They left it on, it was still a great pot.
Yeah, I just wonder if the cue ball slightly deviated when Kyron played the safety shot, because there was no way that it'd have ever left that red for Judd Trump. You don't want to leave any professional player that type of shot, never mind the world number 1. He eats that type for breakfast. Cue ball must have just travelled left as it was approaching the green. But yeah, Kyron, he certainly wanted to get out of here last night, didn't he? You could see, and that's understandable. Long weekend, lifting the German Masters title. Straight to Leicester. Today's a new day, though, as you say, and there's no doubt he'll be up for it. It's another trophy, potentially, to get hold of later on this evening.
Yeah, he was just practicing before play began. You'd think he's played enough snooker of late, but he's a great preparer, as Trump is as well. You know, they do everything right coming into these matches, these tournaments. Well, he got a lot of action on the white, too much, actually. And although he has qualified, he won't want to give Wilson any presents, for sure, not least if they do meet again later, either in the semis or the final. So Trump's not going to be playing any sort of wild shots, I wouldn't have thought. Well, he didn't quite get in behind the green there.
Yeah, it's quite surprising, actually, because it was a big target. We're just concerned that he might have caught the knuckle of the corner pocket, but he's left the red on for Kyron. Ooh, very close. Now he needs help from the blue.
Well, he certainly had a long day yesterday, but it was productive. The first match 3-1 over Jiahui. Then, of course, he was 2-0 down in a couple of matches. He beat Mark Selby. He beat Zhang Gudong. Finally saw off Vafaei, who made it 2 each, winning a respot frame. Links these two, apart from being brilliant players, they just want to win all the time. Doesn't matter whether it's, you know, the World Championship final or a group of the Championship League. It's all snooker.
7.
Between them, they've won over £2 million on the World Snooker Tour this season already, with some big tournaments, including the biggest of all still to come. Trump's at about 1.3, and Wilson is approaching $750,000.
It's amazing, really, those figures. I think back to when I first got on the professional tour back in 2014, and it was only in your wildest dreams to see someone earn £1 million in a year.
Well, when Barry Hearn took over World Snooker Tour in 2010, the total prize money for the whole tour was about $3 million. These two have won over 2 between them.
It's incredible, and I still think snooker is so far away from where it can potentially be. The game's growing all the time, and you just think in 10 years' time we could be sat here, you know, talking in the tens of millions. Who knows? The opportunities are growing all the time.
Yeah, and these two, you know, can play a big part in taking that forward. Both in their 30s. Obviously, some of the older players are getting older. That's just a fact. And we saw at the Masters, the class of '92 didn't really play much of a role in that tournament, but it was still a massive success. But of course, these two have got to be wary of the younger players coming through, particularly from outside the UK, China, various other places.
Yeah, I think Kyron and Judd are certainly going to take the game to new levels for sure. And you can just see that they like the thought of having that role upon themselves to take the game and grow it. You saw Kyron in Berlin at the weekend, you know, how he conducted his walk-on, getting the crowd involved, you know, trying to create some iconic scenes at the snooker. That's what it's all about, you know, the fan interaction. The game's got to grow somehow, and it's all about the fan enjoyment as well. Going to bigger venues, bringing in different sort of people to watch the snooker. It's all part of the growth.
It's a good point, and I think that both players understand that. Trump, you know, will play the exhibition snooker as well to get people talking. They don't just think it's up to someone else to magically make snooker bigger. Anyway, he's just running out of open reds here. Well, he ended up catching the jaws of the middle pocket there and just threw the cue ball off. So, with a 37-point lead.
And he's already had a little look at this pack. He needs to be careful he doesn't push anything over this left corner pocket. There's no obvious plants available.
Shot drum, 31.
Now I just wonder if playing safe off that pack has pushed 2 reds closer to a plant, this left corner, or if the red in open play is obstructing it. And there you see, nothing to be made there. Just trying to swing the cue ball around, top cushion in between the reds, back to balk. It's quite a big target now. In the centre of that baulk cushion. Can Judd find it? Try and cut off anything down the right side. It's a good line. It's a very good pace as well. Just try and force Kyron at something down this left side where there's more traffic.
So Wilson gets a scoring chance. 37 behind. Didn't start too promisingly for him yesterday. He was on table 2. He lost 3-0 to Zhang Guodong, and you think, well, maybe he's a little bit flat and exhausted after Germany, but then he bounced back to beat Matt Selt 3-0. And then in the evening, he beat Jiahui 3-2. That was the match where safety play seemed to be outlawed towards the end.
One.
Won the ranking event version in 2020, and then later that season, 2021, did the double, winning this invitation event as well.
Seven. Nine.
Just having to work off the blue now for the time being. Pink and black a little bit out of the way. Should get himself within touching distance of Trump by the end of this visit.
10.
Whether or not he wins the frame here and now is yet to be seen, but seems quite a difficult challenge to do that. Quite a messy table.
Fifteen. Sixteen.
Well, choosing to play for the more difficult black purely because there's a red near this top cushion that he can play onto. Means he doesn't need to do anything with this, just give everything to the pot. Dead weight it down the rail.
$23.
He'll have looked at position of the balls on this table, Kyron. He'll have in the back of his mind he'd like to get the pink removed from the brown at some point, if he can.
24.
Because currently, green to brown is virtually impossible, it seems.
$31.
Pink was out the way. That's what he's looking at here. Pink was out the way. He could pop the green down the rail from the yellow. Not have to move the cue ball too far, which makes the pot easier. The brown would be waiting. Interesting to see how Kyron goes about this.
32.
Well, that cue ball just
37.
hasn't travelled on, so change of plan. You now can't remove the brown or the pink.
$38.
Well, this really would be some clearance now.
45.
Quite straight on this yellow. Not sure if he can even get close to that green. Oh, well, that's one way to try.
47.
Yeah, well, I suppose at least from Trump's perspective, he's not on the green. So 10 points in the opening frame, it's already tight.
Aaron Wilson, 47.
Just seemed very unlikely that he was going to win the frame there. It was all about the brown and pink. Had Kyron have been able to get on a red in such a way to pop one of them, might have been a chance, but not to be, so be a close finish to this opening frame. Good shot from Trump. Got very close to getting in behind that black. Kyron needs to be careful here playing the swerve. Doesn't push the green over a corner pocket. He has left it. Although position to the brown is not straightforward. They have to play this really, really slowly. Unless he's going round the angles. Made the pot so much more difficult. Played it well in the end. It was only the pot that was missing.
Amazing how often the gap gets left. It was initially by Wilson, it has now been by Trump. Just a reminder, it's Jiahui, Mattioli on table 2. Got 4 players, both of those included on 1 point overnight. Match Multisports YouTube channel has table 2 all day.
It's a good shot from Kyron. Solid enough hit to the green ball. Meant that he could get distance between them. Purposefully playing the cue ball with backspin to try and hold it as well. It's also a good shot from Trump. Choosing to go cushion first, controlling the line and the pace. Now I just wonder if Trump can play a tight snooker in behind this black. Stun the cue ball. No, couldn't see enough of it. Again, trying to get up in behind that pink and brown. Good attempt. May have just crept in far enough. Well, the pot to middle is on. But to get nicely on the brown into the yellow pocket, maybe going close to the right middle pocket with the cue ball. Which is why he's decided against it. I think there he was purely playing just for the 3 points. And at the pace he would have had to play it, risk missing the green, so again, playing the percentages.
Yeah, over 2 million between them this season, but this is how much they want, 200 quid. Yeah, it's great to see, actually. You know, this is another professional title up for grabs today, and another edge on the rivalry. If one of them wins it, obviously one of the other players in the group could win it, but be surprised if at least one of these two weren't in the final later. Well, at the minute, the run of the ball is slightly favouring Kyron.
It's not the first time he's attempted something and not left anything easy for Trump. But just having to play the patient game. If you can play this thin clip to the right corner pocket as a shot to nothing, try and get plenty of right hand side on the cue ball, swing it round, get in behind the pink. Put it a little too thin. Slightly thicker, and I'm sure he would have got the snooker in behind either pink or brown. At least the green has gone safe though.
Feels like they've been a long time on this green. Trump is the one, of course, he could if he wanted to sort of start going for them, but because he's qualified already. But as I say, doesn't want to give Wilson any more of an edge, or indeed help him along in terms of getting into the playoffs.
Good shot this from Kyron. Great line. Great pace. Such a nice shot to play that when he's swinging it round. It's such a big target to get in behind. You're playing for that area of the table, but if you hit it nicely, as soon as you strike it, you know if it's going to go close. Would have felt good as soon as he struck it. And now Trump's turn to try and get some form. And he's had it.
Just the faintest little raise of the hand there, yeah, the double kiss. Could be in trouble again, though. What a battle this is on this green.
Yeah, at the minute, Kyron doesn't need that black, so pretty much a green ball frame for him, he probably feels. Can pot the green, go close to having a shot at the brown, and then just the blue needed. Again, it's ran quite awkward, that, for Kyron. Very, very thin clip to the middle, and the cue ball is racing away from the brown. Could have been a lot easier, this. Judd's turn to have the run of the ball. Not really much value in Kyron potting this green to the middle pocket. As I say, the cue ball will be side cushion, baulk cushion, back down towards the black. Well, he won't be pleased with that. Not one bit. This green is available. Okay, it's awkward cueing from the jaws of the corner pocket. Well, that is superb.
Yeah, what a wonderful pot from Judd Trump. And he doesn't need the black either. He needs up to including the pink. So he won the battle on the green.
7.
That was always looking likely to be key to this frame.
12.
Pink it is to take it. What a start to the day then, and it is Judd Trump who wins a dramatic opening frame. Just double-checking he didn't need that black. And indeed he's 8 in front. So Judd Trump leads Karen Wilson 1-0.
Good stuff on display from the world's best so far today. The final day of the BetVictor Championship League. Can tell you on table 2, as you might expect, Matthew Salt does lead Jiahui 2-1. So he couldn't get the snooker he needed in the third frame on the colours. And the very latest from frame 4, Salt leads by 28 points to 0. Now, I was so paranoid about making a mistake here. I got my co-commentator Stephen Hallworth to check with me about their head-to-heads, these two, outside of the Championship League. I've mentioned they've played 18 times in this tournament over the years. Selby leads 10-8. But in all other tournaments, he leads Kyron Wilson 7-0. And there have been some big matches in there as well. Quarter-final of the World Championship, 2016. Semi-finals of back-to-back China Opens in 2017, 2018. Can Wilson get going and gain a measure of revenge in this one? Also, 6-5 for Selby, quarter-final of the Champion of Champions 5 years back from 4-0 down. And then a 10-3 hammering of Wilson in the quarter-finals of the Tour Championship in 2021.
Kyron Wilson.
There can't be too many players who the reigning world champion hasn't beaten in a world ranking event. Obviously, he can't beat the ones he's not played yet, but the ones he has played, maybe Selby's unique in that regard.
Yeah, and it's not uncommon to see players have a bogey player, is it? You know, I think throughout everyone's career, we've all had someone that we've just really struggled to beat.
That one a miss. Kyron Wilson.
Perhaps Mark Selby is Kyron Wilson's bogey player. Mark's probably a lot of people's bogey player, actually. I don't think anyone enjoys playing him. You just know how tough it's going to be.
Yeah, I think the other interesting aspect about that head-to-head is that outside of the Championship League, they've only played 7 times, which, considering their lofty status in the game, is a low number.
8.
So the escape from the snooker in behind the green from Mark Selby went horribly wrong. Found the gap through all the reds, left Kyron a chance to pot the red, bring the black into play. Chance now to possibly go into the pack once again. Lost the cue ball a touch.
16.
Didn't quite catch enough of the reds here. Watch the white. Half ball off one. Loses it to the backspin up the table.
Winning this match would really help Wilson. He'd get to 3 points. He'd move to second in the table. And it would partially alleviate pressure when he plays Hossein Vafaei later in this session in what his closing round-robin match.
$70.
Well, two ways of looking at that shot. It wobbled and jingled and jangled around the jaw, so it might have stayed out. So maybe you could say he was lucky it went in, but he's certainly unlucky with the positional aspect of the shot.
Yeah, the cue ball looked to be going nicely to at least give him a shot at a colour, but the red just came up and just flicked the blue, pushed it in front of the white, so he's on nothing actually. He can't even attempt anything here, Kyron, and he's got to try and find an area, probably in baulk, that will cover an easy return for Mark Selby. The option he's looking at here is to just nestle up to the blue, just tickle into it, try and leave Mark hampered over the blue. See Kyron just sort of gesticulating how Mark might have to play the next shot.
Karen Wilson, 70.
Well, surely you can't get through to this red. Kyron seemed to spin around back to his seat pretty abruptly. Oh no. Oh dear.
One.
Not only the pot, but he could get to the middle of the white mark, so what a disaster that was for Kyron Wilson. It was a tentative little one trying to nestle up to the blue. Didn't quite hit the cue ball hard enough. So one good pot here for Mark and he'll be right in amongst them again. Not to be, and that will really, really
Selby.
please Kyron Wilson. What a let-off that was.
Putting you on the spot here, Stephen, but what do you think the percentage is for a top player knocking in that kind of shot? I would say 65, maybe?
From where he was there, actually, I would say more. In practice, there'd be probably 80, 90% of that, so I'd probably go around 70, 75% for that type of shot, just off straight on the blue. The only added difficulty is having to do something with the cue ball, which Mark was just screwing across slightly, but fully expected him to knock it in.
8.
I'm sure he did too.
When Ronnie O'Sullivan turned professional
9.
in 1992, he had to play a labyrinthine qualifying school up in Blackpool. He played 76 matches during that summer. He won 74 of them. And there were so many different aspects that made that achievement simply brilliant. But the one that always sticks out in my mind, when he got a shot like the blue that Selby has just missed, he would crunch them in one after the other. It was mind-blowing.
$70.
Yeah, it's just a technique shot, really. Just trust your technique. Players are such good cueists now that it's just about delivering that cue as you intend.
24.
So, put yourself in O'Sullivan's shoes, Stephen. 76 matches over the course of maybe 2.5 months. He was in a room at the Norbury Castle Hotel, basically up there, all summer, and his standard
25.
hardly seemed to dip. He lost to two opponents, Dave Finbow and Sean Story. On one occasion he damaged his tip. The other he lost because the other guy played better. But what a display, 74 out of 76. He won his first 38 matches as a professional.
Just ridiculous, isn't it? Ridiculous figures. But it's a shame he never went on to do anything in this game.
Yeah, what happened to him? There were little booths for all of the tables there. I believe on occasions there are as many as 26 tables in operation, and around each table there are around 25, 30 seats max. And the word soon got out when O'Sullivan played, you could never get a seat. So with that black, he's okay.
Karen Wilson, 43.
Well, how foolish of me. He should be okay. He's playing Mark Selby, you never know.
Yeah, worth carrying on for Mark. 2 snookers required. The brown's in a pretty healthy position in terms of creating a big target in that balk area. These reds close to a plant to left corner. No, but again, trying to get that cue ball up in behind that brown. Good attempt. He's got the snooker here, but there'll be no danger that Kyron will hit these reds. The only concern is that he doesn't want to stick Mark in amongst them and give him a free chance to pop a few reds and blacks, which he has done.
The first result on table 2 of the day could be imminent. Matthew Selt is about to knock in frame and match ball to beat Jiahui 3-1.
1.
And Selt now back in the mix for a semi-final appearance.
Eight. 9.
Yeah, he's still potting balls, Matthew Selt, but he's over the line. No ifs, buts or maybes. And so his last round-robin match against Judd Trump on table 2. If he could win that, he could definitely finish inside the top 4. As for the defeated Jiahui, now he has to beat Mark Selby and Hossein Vafaei in his last 2 contests.
Mark Selby, 16.
Wilson unable to kill the frame off. By the way, we do have a competition for you today. It's for a couple of tickets to the UK Open 9-ball pool final, taking place in Telford in the West Midlands from
1.
May 6 to May 11. I will give you that question early in the next frame. I always get the impression that Mark Selby would be very good at 9-ball pool. I've mentioned this before. I think if he tried his hand, he could be the best of the snooker players in that game.
Yeah, I think any discipline of cue sport, a lot of snooker players would tend to be good at. I know a few are dabbling in the Chinese 8-ball, and we've just had a Chinese 8-ball table installed in my club in Lincoln. Brilliant game. Thoroughly enjoyed playing, and something that I see myself having a little go at some point. I spoke to Mark yesterday, of course. He's closely related to Gareth Potts, who's one of the best pool players in the world.
Yeah. Has any sportsman in the world got a more appropriate name than Gareth Potts?
Yeah. Yeah, the Chinese 8-ball, just quickly on that, it's like the perfect hybrid of pool and snooker. It is quite difficult, so you need a high skill level, but you need to be a good cueist as well, which obviously a lot of snooker players are. Most of snooker players are. It's a great game to get involved in.
Well, you see a lot of small tables in English pubs, British pubs, and Mark Selby has won the World 8-Ball Championship under English pool rules. He's so clever, and that's a brilliant snooker, not just laying the snooker, but laying it so precisely.
Yeah, there's no doubt, though, of all the disciplines of cue sports, this is the governor. Snooker will always be the governor. You know, pool's great and it's fun and, you know, it's a social game, but not everyone can play snooker. Most people can play pool. I'm probably going to get a bit of stick about that, Phil, but I'm standing by my guns.
So next time you go to the Moscone Cup, I'm going to point you out to the crowd. That's him who said snooker will always be the governor. That's the fellow. In this kind of situation, he's like a dog with a bone. He just won't let go.
And even when you think you've played a good shot against him, you think, oh, I've got him trapped here, got him right where I want him. He finds a way not only to get out of trouble himself, but to get you back in trouble. Just relentless. Yet to get the penalty points, but once again, what an opportunity that Mark has got here to try and send the red up to balk, screw him behind the black. He'd like the red to go close to either brown or green, ideally. Yeah, it's a good line. Very good.
When it comes to laying snookers with Selby, there's almost an inevitability about it. I'm not saying he enjoys needing snookers in frames, but I think he's got the perfect attitude.
Yeah, most players would see that as a good shot. Mark's probably gone back to his seat thinking, that was careless. I haven't got that white tight to the black. Kyron's got a 2-cushion escape here, but Kyron needs to be incredibly careful. If he misses the red, there's a chance he leaves a free ball. That's why he's played it at the pace that he has. Well, that's a very good hit. Good shot.
You know, with this exchange going on, I might well give you the question for those UK Open Pool final tickets on May the 11th in Telford. Send your answers to X, Twitter, whatever you like to call it, at CL Snooker. And the question is, in last year's UK Open, Robbie Capito from Hong Kong captured the title. Breakthrough. The question is, who did he beat in the final? So, who was the runner-up in last year's UK Open?
Again, another very good shot from Mark Selby to control the pace of the cue ball from where he was. Excellent. Putting Kyron through a world of pain here.
I'm convinced at this level, many players have the ability to pull off the shots that Selby pulls off. Where he excels for me, it's visualization. It's not just the completion of the shot, it's actually working out what to do, because he's so full of imagination when it comes to this kind of thing.
Yeah, he's just so clever, isn't he? Just sees the game. He's just got perfect snooker brain. Every shot is played with a motive, and I was saying yesterday, quite often a snooker player at the top level, depending on the situation of course, is thinking a few shots ahead. Trying to plan your route, work things out, look at potential ways to win the frame, etc. Mark Selby's not only doing that for himself, thinking a few shots ahead, he's thinking a few shots ahead for you. In a safety exchange like this, he knows the shot that he's going to play, and he's trying to preempt the shot that you're going to play. It's incredible.
And I think it's one of the reasons why he's involved in so many lengthy matches. It's not because he's a slow player, he most certainly isn't. It's because, so if he plays 2 or 3 of these frames in every match, the amount of time taken by going for snookers adds up.
And another chance to get in behind the black. 2 cushions. All about pace. It was a great pace, just the line slightly off.
Second match on table 2 has begun. Hossein Vafaei, Jiahui. And this is what Selby does, even if he doesn't get the requisite penalty points. By going for snookers over an extended period of time, quite often he knocks his opponent out of rhythm.
Well, this will be a hard-fought £200 for Kyron Wilson if he wins this frame. He's put him through the ringer here, Mark Selby.
Yeah, the fact that Selby needs 2 snookers, I think, will take the edge off for Wilson, but he's most certainly not dropping his guard.
Yeah, but that's the thing with Mark. He's that clever. He's that streetwise out there on the table that even 2 snookers you don't feel comfortable, because you probably fancy him getting a good snooker and always the possibility of a free ball.
The pink, though, has to go in. And as that pink went into the pocket,
7.
you can almost imagine Wilson thinking, oh no. It continues.
Mark Selby, 7.
And he'll be disappointed there, Mark, not to have got closer in behind that blue. Again, snooker is easy enough to hit. He's got another chance to do that here. Got some lovely targets on this table, actually. It's just not about laying the snooker. It needs to be tight. It needs to be good.
Selby, 2.
Now here's an interesting situation. Kyron may have fluked the snooker back here, but Mark won't be looking to just hit this green. He'll be looking to try and lay the snooker back from it. You can obviously see a thin edge, so trying to get the cue ball back down this end of the table. It's not a good shot from Mark. Very, very poor shot. Thought he might have tried to go cushion first there and send the green down the table, try and get the cue ball back in behind the brown.
Frame conceded.
Was it a fluke green that was so influential in Karen Wilson beating Anthony McGill in the World Championship semi-final? A less important fluke green there, but it does wrap up the frame and allows Wilson to equalise 1-1. Welcome back to day 16, the final day of the 2025 Invitational BetVictor Championship League.
Karen Wilson.
Every match, every frame now of increasing importance. not the only snooker going on at the moment. Also, Welsh Open qualifiers at the M1 in Barnsley in Yorkshire. The first qualifying round ends today. And a big shout out for Austria's Florian Nörsler, who's just beaten Jiang Jun 4-3. Good result anyway, but when you consider he started the match with a break of 143. So well done to Nörsler. Former WSF champion Ma Hailong, he beat Oliver Brifford Payne 4-1. And Rory Thor made a 1-4-2 in beating Riley Powell 4-3. Oh, can you believe that?
Wow. Didn't know where to look there. He's found a plant, Kyron Wilson. He's nailed it. And the red that he's actually struck initially has rebounded the cue ball into this corner pocket. Worse yet, he's left the red hanging for Mark Selby, so never rains, it pours. That's outrageous.
Just one other piece of news for you from those Welsh Open qualifiers. The big news yesterday. Congratulations to Rhiannon Evans beating Julian Leclerc 4-1. Well, Mick Nutcheret, another former women's world champion, she might gain a notable scalp. She's 3-3 at the moment in a deciding frame with Andrew Paget. Wanted a thicker contact on the initial red than he achieved. It just skimmed away. Consequently, loss of position.
Yeah, he took a chance there, Mark, going into the reds. He might have fancied, had he have caught the pack nicer, not only bringing reds into play, but maybe just promoting the black spot, getting the black into play. It's, well, the opposite has happened. Worst thing possible has happened. He's pushed the pink safe as well, not opened the black, and he's not on a red.
I told a lie when I said my final bit of news from the qualifiers. How about this one? Hungary's Borshu Reves and Anton Kazakov started at 10 o'clock. They've just gone 2-2.
Just underlines the pressure that's out there in those qualifiers. The Barnsley Metrodome is really heating up. Not a very nice place to be in those qualifiers. It's Kyron Wilson once again finds the corner pocket with the cue ball. We'd love this red to disappear, but it isn't going to. As it travelled on, can Mark Selby cut it in?
Selby would have loved that red to catch the far jaw of the middle pocket and bounce back up towards the baulk line. But it did meander on.
Yeah, clearly the red doesn't clip, so just trying to swing the cue ball around, get the white somewhere green side of the baulk cushion.
Okay, the cue ball is just about in baulk. But I think Wilson would be the first to agree he made a hash of that. Helped by a break of 58. Hossein Vafaei has taken the first frame from Jiahui on table 2. Well, Selby's safety shot was worse than the one that preceded it from Wilson.
Yeah, that's worked out fine. Although the black will only be available to the left corner pocket once respotted, for the time being anyway. It's a real battle this for Kyren Wilson. Not just battling his opponent, but probably battling himself because of the results not quite going his way. It's a big, big game, as we've already mentioned. Both players desperate for the point.
Yeah, Mark Selby trying to become only the second player to retain the BetVictor Championship League title. John Higgins has done it twice. Back-to-back triumphs in this tournament for him in 2017, 2018, and then in 22 and 23.
He's right on the red in amongst them, which he is. That was the ideal one to remove because that completely opens the black spot up now. And pop this black, pop the red right of it, and then he's away. It's a graft to get into this position, did Kyren Wilson, but the hard work seemingly is now done. Just got to control things, mind his business.
Yesterday, of course, was just a a couple of days after winning the German Masters in dramatic fashion against Barry Hawkins. Now the head is back down, looking for what would be 2 trophies in 3 days. And as the winning line gets closer, I think Wilson will become more and more energised. After this, competitively, he's got a few days off before going to the Welsh Open in Llandudno next week.
So looking for one more red here, Kyron. Couldn't do too much with that one. Hampered over the red on the cushion, so just needs to make sure of this one. And it goes, no problem. So from losing the opening frame, he's turned this one around well, he's responded well. As he misses the black, which will annoy him because there was a chance of a century. And worse yet, the master is coming back to the table.
Yeah, it could be a carbon copy of frame 2. Selby needing a couple of snookers.
Kyron will be so annoyed with himself there because as he's missed the black, he's gone back to his seat, no doubt looking out the corner of his eye, and as soon as he saw Mark Selby get hold of his cue and stand up to come back to the table, I'm sure he wanted to scream because he knows that this frame could go on. Just energy expended for no reason.
The black that Wilson missed was very similar, actually, to a black that Judd Trump missed in his match against Zhao Guodong yesterday. That was in the first frame. It was effectively frame ball. He needed one more red, which was almost a given. Trump fell 2-0 down in that match, but grittily won 3-2. I think it was exactly the same cause, just lack of concentration. And really, Wilson should know better, because against Mark Selby, it's not about potting frame ball. It should be basically frame ball plus at least 3 more to avoid any of this.
Yeah, he's just close every time to laying a good snooker, isn't he? And here's another. Just another brilliant shot from Mark. Good line, great pace. Tough swerve this for Kyron. Not only got to hit it, but try and get distance. Because again, he's going to be in big trouble when he comes back to the table. Probably welded in behind the brown. Just got to be careful he doesn't push that red ball close to this right corner pocket. I'd like it in the middle of the table just to have a bit of room behind it to go behind.
And that's delivered because he couldn't be too precise. Had to make sure of the pace of the cue ball. But no alarms.
Yeah, he was forced into potting the red in the previous frame when trying for snookers. He'd like to keep it out here, even though he's got the guaranteed red-black. Potentially means you need one less snooker with a free ball, and there's another brilliant shot from Mark. And though the red ball, sorry, going close to the corner of the table, it's a big target for Kyron. But his issue here is the brown. The brown is a big ball coming one cushion across. As it slid too far. Ooh, very close. But not close enough, so there's one of the foul 4 points.
It is just relentless. All because of a touch of Wilson complacency.
This is exactly why Wilson would have probably imploded when he went back to his seat. Having missed the black, he knew what he was in for. All he can do is just keep trying to hit the red and just hope that it runs safe. Hope he gets a snooker back. Just hope for anything. Going to be in behind the pink again here.
Selby jumped up there as though he'd played it badly. Offering a smidgen of false hope.
The Torturer. That's more an apt nickname than the Jester. There's nothing funny about this. Not for Kyron, anyway.
But any lover of snooker would just marvel at this, because it happens time and time again. One of snooker's all-time great tacticians.
He's had absolutely zero control over the table, Kyron Wilson, for about 10 minutes now. Ever since he missed that black, actually. It's been all Mark Selby. Kyron's just clinging on, even though it's him with the lead. Been blood, sweat and tears again this frame for Kyron. The last frame was hard-earned. This one is going to be exactly the same.
Playing for snookers for most professionals is a chore. I think for Mark Selby, he regards it as a challenge and something he rises to. The hurt could be about to end. Then again, see, this kind of exchange, just as in the previous frame, drains any attacking momentum out of an opponent.
This is exactly why perhaps Kyron has got such a bad record away from the Championship League against Mark Selby. Selby able to really disrupt Kyron's rhythm. But that's not necessarily down to what Mark is doing. This is all down to what Kyron Wilson didn't do. You know, in fairness, he missed a black off the spot, which you shouldn't miss at any level. Never mind this level. And Kyron would have expected to have been put through the ringer here, and he certainly has been. And the next time he comes to the table, he should be touching ball behind the blue. And he wants that red in open play. That's fine. Pretty good. Selby's loving this. It's sick, really. It's an incredible mindset to have. He probably just can't see a way in which he loses this frame, Mark Selby. It's unbelievable. How can you think that way? You need a snooker, you're behind. Can't see himself losing this frame. Yeah, that's a very good hit from Kyron. Brilliant. Those one cushions look scary when you've been put through it like he has.
With position on the black almost guaranteed, it was the time to pot the last red. When the black goes in, he will still need one snooker.
It's a big target in behind that green. Well, the way he's played it, it looks as if he's going to pot this yellow, try and pot the green, and then try and lay the snooker in behind the blue from the brown.
He's gone one earlier.
Yeah, and he just sort of angled his cue as to potentially where he'd like the green, possibly looking to send the green towards the pink. He's got options here though, Mark. He could play down in behind the black. Either way, you know he's going to go close.
Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Especially with the in off. This could be a real tide turner, not just in this frame, not just in this match, in this group.
It was such a big swerve. He needed to catch it a little earlier, that swerve. He was quite a distance away from the blue, and worse yet, as you say, the in off. Well, it's a chance for Selby now for a clearance in a frame that he had absolutely no right to win. As I say, a frame that he just feels he probably can't lose, Mark. At 2 snookers, he's come back to the table doing cartwheels, the thought of even having a chance. And all of a sudden, he's got them. He's put Kyron through hell and back here. Can he make this clearance to really land a body blow?
The position of the pink provides hope for Wilson. But Selby is so good with this particular kind of shot.
Oh, just stop it, Mark. Just stop it. I've seen enough, Phil.
Selby's a brilliant doubler, much like John Higgins. Well, he's displayed a lot of steel up in Sheffield to win World Championships. And he's trademark steel in that frame. What implications will that have for the group, for the tournament as a whole? We'll find out after the break. In many respects, the winners group of the BetVictor Championship League has come alive in this session. Judd Trump, he will be in the semi-finals tonight. 5 wins out of 5 will do that for you, but look at the rest of the table. It is so tight. Jiahui Dong, Mark Selby, Kyron Wilson, Matthew Selt, all on 2 points. Selby, of course, and Jiahui have the advantage of playing only 4 matches, so they've got 2 left. And right now, over on table 2, Hossein Vafaei could be on his way to a 3-0 win over Jiahui Dong, and that would make the table even tighter. Jiahui had a good chance in the 3rd frame, missed quite a straightforward red. And the Iranian number 1 is knocking them in, something he didn't really do a lot of yesterday. This is definitely a chance to wrap things up. Well, sometimes, David Hendon, you have dead matches in the winners group because, of course, 5th place doesn't go on and all that kind of stuff. But I think today, every match might be live.
Yeah, I mean, leaving Trump aside, to borrow a phrase from our colleague Neil Folds, the group is tighter than a submarine door, isn't it? There's 1 point between the rest of them, and it's an absolute scramble to get in those playoffs. Every frame is counting, but Hossein here, if he can win 3-0, that's a massive result for him. It will obviously lift him off the bottom of the table. And the fact he wouldn't have lost any frames down the line, that could well be, well, it could be the determining factor later, whether he's in or not. Of course, he's got to play against Kyron as well, coming up, and then Jiahui.
Conditions have improved overnight, there's no doubt about that. And also the entertainment value. We're seeing such really good snooker, not just big breaks either. I thought Selby's steal of the 3rd frame against Kyron Wilson was one of the highlights for me of the entire tournament.
58.
So 44 in front of Vafaei. Black not available.
59.
So after this, he needs 1 more red.
The winner of the very first group of Championship League in early January.
Now he just overdid that, cutting back into a semi-blind pocket. Not quite as easy, but it's negotiated with no issue whatsoever.
Well, every result now is big, but certainly if you can win 3-0, that's massive, and he's going to join the players on 2 points. With the 3 frames for now, he's going to go in the top 4, but it really is changing frame by frame. But he's got 2 more matches to play. He's missed that, but I think the handshake's coming.
Indeed, it does. Jiahui had the first chance. Mr. Reddy should have potted, and Vafaei did the rest. And so we have 5 players on 2 points, and if Jiahui can beat Mark Selby in this one, it would be 6 players on 2 points. One of the tightest winners groups we've ever encountered.
You want to break? Okay.
Next up on table 2, by the way,
Yeah.
Judd Trump can enjoy himself, try and make some more centuries in that quest for a ton of tons. As for his opponent, Matthew Selt, he knows a victory over Trump could propel him into the semi-final playoffs. That's on table 2, starting in around 5 minutes' time.
So Mark Selby, Jiahui, which could well have been the world final, couldn't it? The World Championship final 2 years ago. C obviously didn't get the job done against Brazil. Selby won that marathon with Mark Allen. Selby, though, he just finds a way, doesn't he? He found it in the last match. He's already, in the playoffs now, and he can win this match. He'd be looking really good on 3 points. Plays his last match against Jiahui Dong later. C made that magnificent 1-4-3 earlier. But, of course, that was the only joy he got out of that match with Matt Selt. Yeah, he had his hand on the table. You sort of fancy him for those. Let's see how far he can get now. I think against Selby he needs to get in first, doesn't he? Because Mark Selby is more likely to control things if he gets a few in front. So Jiahui is in first in this frame.
8.
Looking to do the sort of damage he did in that frame against Sel.
9.
So he knows how formidable Mark Selby can be. Selby leads 3-0 in their head-to-heads. All best of sevens in the Welsh, British and English Opens.
16.
You're right, though. If it goes defensive, Selby will be in his element. The more open the game, the better it is for C.
$24.
Oh, overcuts the red. So that break came to what felt like a bit of a premature end. Mark Selby, of course, looking to defend the title. And as we've seen, this is a tough tournament to win, never mind 2 years running.
Jiahui, 24.
Now, there was nothing spectacular about that, but cueing diagonally off that side cushion, he cued that supremely well. No doubt in my mind, Dave, he's still buzzing, still benefiting from what happened in the previous match.
Yeah, and also, you know, I mean, we started the day with Trump Wilson. There's been a lot of talk about those two. Mark Selby, very happy to just quietly go about his business. No. He can win any tournament that he plays, whatever the length, whatever the format, as he's proven. And he's starting to look more and more dangerous as the day goes on.
$16.
I mean, really, in that last match, you saw all sides of Selby, didn't you? You saw the great tactician and you saw the heavy scorer.
17. $24. 25.
Not quite where he wanted to be there. Should be no problem. And with a line of 3 reds to drop on, 32. It was never going to be something to cause a hiccup.
$33. $40.
Judd Trump, Matthew Selt just about to begin. Far more important for Selt than it is for Trump.
I think for Trump, like you say, it's more about trying to make centuries, isn't it? That's really what he's going to try and want to take from that match. And that might favour Selt, because I suspect Trump will try and make it open. And obviously, if he doesn't you know, pop the balls, then they're going to be there for Sel.
Yeah, and let's not forget, they played in the Group 5 final week before last,
14.
and Selt, had it not been for a missed black in the third frame, would have won 3-0 with 3 centuries.
49.
Well, it's pretty much straight on the blue, so he's not got an angle to disturb the 4. This one will pop past the yellow, it would seem. Doesn't want to be hampered, though. Well, that's not good. That's not good for Selby. He's left this horrible now.
Yeah, one of those anywhere but there shots. Anywhere but there. He played that so quietly. That's the way to do it. The problem, of course, when you're queuing over a ball is that you quite often put unwanted side spin on the wide, but playing it like that, that reduced the chances.
Well, can he now get into these 4 off the pink? Well, he was trying to, and he's missed the pink, but fortunately, he's not disturbed the reds either.
55.
Well, what a result he's had. Wow. So, Selby getting a bit of running there, but leading by 31.
Touching.
So delicate, the escape, that it is a touching ball, all by the referee Julian Bell. When Selby has a good run of the ball, when he's scoring heavily, and when his tactical game is working at peak, he's almost unstoppable.
Stephen Hendry said that, didn't he? He said, as much as Ronnie O'Sullivan at his best is unplayable, Selby presents a different sort of unplayable issue that he personally would have found more difficult. Be interesting to see how he goes at the Crucible this year, Selby, because obviously there was a spell where he was the favourite there. I mean, he won it 2014, 2016, 2017, 21, 2 years ago, runner-up again, but last year bowed out in round 1 to Joe O'Connor on his debut. Didn't seem in a great sort of place to be going there in the first place, but if he's feeling good, then, well, you could certainly see him challenging for a 5th world title. Player, so he's not sort of mentioned so much, is he? Obviously, Trump and Wilson, players of the season, some of the Chinese players as well. Ronnie will always be mentioned, but never count out Selby.
Could not agree more, as Jiahui misses by a fraction. So 4 penalty points he could ill afford to give away. Yeah, something you said earlier on, Dave. Fully endorse. He could win any tournament he plays in.
Left. Yeah.
It's also true to say that the sort of dominant spell that he had has come to an end. I mean, he was world number 1 for 4 years. He was winning a lot of big tournaments, UK, China events. But anyway, he could well be the winner tonight. See, well, he knows straight away. Well, he's hit them. He acted as if he was nowhere near, but he's hit them.
I think that reaction was because he put too much pace into the cue ball, but he's, on the face of it, okay.
Well, I think he's got to be happy enough with the result in a frame he could already have lost.
Another aspect of Selby's game, which is top-notch, when he has a lead, he's very good at preserving it. Making the table messy. But I was talking about this to Stephen Hallworth earlier, Dave. Over the last year or two, Selby has lost quite a few matches from positions of real strength.
Yeah, maybe that's made the difference why he sort of spell of dominance has ended. It's all relative. He's still at the top of the game, obviously. With 4 in the current ranking list. Very open frame this now, all the balls in the open. So the 35-point lead might not count for much. And well, he might walk in away maybe a little concerned if Jiahui has designs on this red to left corner. Sort of ball he often knocks in. He's not going to take, well, he's having a look. He's had a look at the safety, but he looks like he is going to commit to this. He's just about got his hand on the table. Pots a lot of these, you've got to say. Didn't it make a great noise as it went in?
Eight. Nine. Thirteen.
Well, he's got himself back into this frame, but now the real hard work begins. This last red, not in the best position. Oh, hold on. He's angled himself. Can you believe that?
17.
It just bounced off that jaw slightly. Had it not done so, that would have been a really awkward shot. So frame still very much alive. by his very high standards. That was a loose one from Selby. And we know already a couple of instances this young man's potting abilities from distance. There you go.
One.
Selby will be annoyed with himself.
Yeah, I mean, he seemed to be in control of the frame for a long time, but just let it slip. You can't afford to let Jiahui see long pots. He's just brilliant on that range. One of the very best in the business, I would say. So now it's up to him to try and get this one, this first frame.
He arrives on the colours 14 adrift, so you will need all of them, and the pink is not beneficial where it is for him.
Six.
Yeah, it's whether he wants to sort of try and develop the pink or else leave himself what would be a crunch positional shot from pink to black.
Nine.
Well, at least he's right-handed, so not badly placed if he wanted to knock the pink into the yellow bag. But the angle might be here to get it out anyway.
30.
Only marginally. And of course, by just flicking off the pink, he sacrificed a certain amount of position on the blue. Yes, it's still on, but using the rest, the shot is a lot more testing.
Jiahui. 30.
Yeah, not the most authoritative pass at that ball, was it? The cueing wasn't too good, a little bit jabby. The only good thing for Jiahui is that the pink is now also Selby's problem. You can never say he was going to win a safety exchange like that, but C against Selby, I'd say Selby would win at least 7 out of 10.
Yeah, I commentate on Jiahui's match with Jack Jones at the Crucible every frame in the second round last year, and there were 5 frames on the black, and Jack Jones won them all. Just seems in this environment, not playing to his strengths. But this is not over yet.
Selby, 5.
Over on table 2, Judd Trump needs a snooker in the first frame against Matthew Selt. 1 red left. Delicately played, and that's what Selby needs to do with the return. His last shot containing, yes, but he's not gained a great deal from it. You could see it a mile off, the old double kiss. He's got a lot to learn in the safety department. Selby knows pretty much everything. And Selby is on the mark in the first frame against Jiahui. His stock continues to rise in this winners group of the BetVictor Championship League.
So 130 total clearance from the world champion, the new German Masters champion, Karen Wilson, to lead Hossein Vafaei 1-0. This is last match of the session on table 1, and then we resume at 4:30 for the final session of the event. Judd Trump and Mark Selby we'll be seeing later in the playoffs. The other two places still to be decided.
Didn't seem to like that break off, Hossein. This lone red has poked its head out. Kyron Wilson gearing up for it. This time it does find its target. Played the little cannon to the red next to the black as well to try and promote that in the process. Didn't quite catch the cannon, but much better strike, and at least he got the red.
And also one.
You see, he was really lining himself up for that. He got reasonably close, but obviously there was safety in mind as well.
Quite a big target up in behind that green. You make him play an attacking safety shot here. Try and bring more reds into play. Get the cue ball up somewhere near there. Wasn't a bad effort. Still a pretty decent cue ball. But Kyron Wilson has got the same shot available to him now. Yeah, and this looks good. He's in trouble, actually. Not really much to go at. Well, he's played a very good escape there, almost. To get the cue ball into baulk from where he was a clever shot. He had to flirt with the pink there. Could have been a danger to him. Kyron Wilson is looking like a man up to the challenge. Another good red. He was a little unlucky, Hossein, to leave anything for Kyron. Played a good shot, as I say. Couldn't really control where the object balls were going to end up. That was another great pot. Got the cue ball back out as well.
What we know about Wilson, and we saw it last week again in Germany, he does have this bloody-minded attitude that, you know, he's not out, actually. We saw it against Anthony McGill, who had a great chance to beat him 5-3 in their quarter-final. But when he failed to close out victory, there was just a look in Kyron's eye as he came to the table thinking, right, I'm going to win then. And, of course, he had that again in the final, beat Barry Hawkins in a decider. So this is where he seems to come alive, actually, with a chance to turn around maybe an unlikely position. his rest play was sort of back on point as well in Berlin. Obviously at the Masters, wasn't that it was bad, it was just that Sean Murphy never missed one with the rest the whole tournament. Karen did miss just a few.
Now, once respotted, the black will actually pop to this right corner. They'd love to get rid of the red just left of the black. That's the one that's causing most problems at the minute. But it's a chance. And from what we saw in the opening frame, he certainly looks ready to take them when they come along. He earned this chance himself, though. Good safety shot to put Hussein in trouble, and then Hussein couldn't quite prevent him from knocking one in from range. Now, has this gone slightly wrong? Can he get through to the red?
27.
Very tight. May have to just turn it over fractionally with a trace of right-hand side. Well, he did, and he caught the wrong red.
Harry Wilson, 27.
Yeah, just flicked it, so that break coming to an unexpected end. Just watch the first red here, just grazes it. I'm saying Vafaei, who's been completely shut out of this match, now has a good scoring chance.
Eight. Nine. $50. $60.
Well, you could see there a little wince. I mentioned earlier that shoulder is playing up, and you could just see here after potting this, he just sort of winced and held his shoulder.
60.
So it's obviously quite painful for him. It's happened quite a lot in snooker. Anthony Hamilton would be another example. Martin Clark had to retire actually with a neck condition, and there's various others who have struggled.
22.
Yeah, it's interesting as well that it's his bridge arm, not his cueing arm. Possibly that movement of just raising the arm up as you get down to play the shot.
$27. $28.
Well, that was a nice pot from where he was. He's been a little unfortunate that the red he cannoned into has come across the black to prevent it from potting into the right corner. So nothing in this frame now. He's back in it, Hussein Vafaei. Looking to try and lay up a good safety shot here.
Blue ball.
saying the fact. 28.
Well, he took a little bit of a risk there, Kyron. Attempting the pot, fancied the cue ball to avoid the other reds and go back to baulk. Caught one. Been fortunate to not leave it. Very nearly fluked it to the middle pocket as well, but it stayed right on the cushion, right on the knuckle. Might be tempted to try and pop this in the right corner, try and screw back to baulk. The blue is hanging, waiting. He gets close to the pot. The red should stay down this end.
One. Six. I almost 6.
So Wilson, the slight advantage. I'm sure he would have noticed as well, Vafaei, I mean, he was in pain, that break he was making. Took a while to make it. Trying to put Wilson in a bit of pain here. Didn't quite cover the reds.
Well, caught the knuckle of the middle pocket. Provides a chance for Kyron to thin clip this red down the rail. Cue ball's naturally going back to baulk.
Yeah, keeping the pressure on. Trying to force an error.
It's caught that red too thick, so Kyron will be attempting this red to the right corner. Can he control the cue ball? Stay on the blue or possibly the pink? Played the cannon to the blue. Perhaps just took his eye off for a split second from the red. It's actually worked out quite nicely for Kyron. That red in balk is really awkward to play safe off, so much so that Hussein can't do anything with it, having to just leave it there.
Guess.
I think Kyron will probably have the same problem himself. It's jammed to the cushion. Got to be careful of a double kiss. About as good as he could have done, really, but it isn't safe.
One.
And that's a brilliant pot. Very well controlled. So this is a chance now to win this frame. All three of these reds are potable, but just about crept out. Doesn't want to be straight on this red. Might be slightly hampered on the one to left corner. He'd like to be on the one to right, but can he get his cue ball back out? Oh, he's fine. He can just get to it.
Nine.
That was the issue. He didn't have all that much angle to play with, so having to play this one with a lot of right-hand spin. Get the cue ball back across, and he's overcooked it.
Four.
Well, that wasn't the bad shot. The black wasn't the bad shot. It was the previous black
Seven.
to not leave himself the angle on those reds. Gave himself too much to do from the last red. Didn't get top side, and that was the result. It's amazing how just one little mistake, one little lapse in concentration, whether that be a pot or a misplaced positional shot, as we just saw from Hussein Vafaei, that could just snowball out of control. Basic little errors can be very, very costly. See it so often as well, those little mistakes, they do compound.
Yeah, so we're back to the safety battle that we've already seen in this frame, and such a big frame. Wilson looking to get to 2-0. The double kiss. Where's this red going to finish? Just ran slightly past the pocket.
If he can see this red, he's got to go for the pot. Sure, he can get past the blue. It's a chance to win the frame. Not really much he can do with the red closest to the middle pocket. Sort of takes that one out of play, I think. Unless he tries to contain things, which doesn't really get you much advantage. That was a great attempt. Would have felt good as soon as he struck it. Sure, he thought it was going to go close. It did. It rattled a number of times.
Yeah, and it could have finished anywhere. It wasn't too bad in the end. Scratchy old frame, this.
One.
So, Vafaei does have some sort of chance. Obviously, the green is an issue at the moment, tied up with the pink.
Three. Four. Eight. Ten.
So did pot. He's still in pain. You can hear him sort of sighing between shots, but they're going in. Just check of the scores. 9 in front, so brown and blue, and it's 1 each.
70.
Well, it could have been anyone's frame, but in the end, Hossein Vafaei will be delighted. You can still see he's struggling, but he's on the scoreboard in this match.
28 on the frame. Same with
Hossein Vafaei levels up with Karen Wilson at 1 each. Welcome again from the Mattioli Arena here in Leicester, and the final session of the winners group of the Championship League. Later tonight we will find out the identity of our champion, but first of all we've got a couple of group games to conclude. Judd Trump, 6 out of 6, we'll be seeing him later. Mark Selby on 3 points, he's qualified. Kyron Wilson not absolutely secure, he has got 3 points, but a couple of matches could change things. One of them is this one. Jiahui Dong on 2 points. If he were to beat Mark Selby in this match, he would go above him in the table. And Hossein Vafaei, if he were to beat Jiahui, he would also go above Kyron Wilson. So Kyron's having to just hang around backstage and waiting to see if he's in the playoffs or not. Mark Selby could do him a favour by winning this match. And then later on we'll have the playoffs, 2 semi-finals, and the final will be here on table 1 tonight. Just got a slight issue with the on-screen graphics at the moment. Hopefully that'll be sorted out shortly. And on table 2, in due course, it'll be Hossein Vafaei, Jiahui. They'll be getting away shortly. That's live, of course, on Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. So just to reiterate, Selby will be in the playoffs. Jiahui Dong will be in if he wins this match. However, if he lost the match, he could still make it in. It depends on the result of the one on table 2. It'd be unlikely, I think. Depends potentially on how many frames he wins. It's quite up in the air, but it's been that sort of group. Trump obviously dominating, and then everyone else has been scrapping for points. Mark Selby limbered up for this match with a little game of darts with Judd Trump's brother Jack, but of course he's saving himself maybe a little bit for later when he's got, he hopes 2 matches, certainly a semi-final to play. He got very close to that. I think he felt he might have got it, but it stays out. Jiahui Dong started really well yesterday. He beat Kyron Wilson 3-0, and then he ended last night beating Matt Selt 3-0, but got nothing out of his other matches. They've just started on table 2, Jiahui and Hossein Vafaei. Jiahui's bottom of the table, but if he won that match and Selby beat Jiahui Dong here, then Jiahui actually would go up to number 4. To say, I think our words of wisdom were missed. We've had technical problems, you might have noticed, but hopefully we're back now, so hopefully you can hear us. And this is the final session of Winners Group of the Championship League 2025. These are the last two group matches before the playoffs. So Mark Selby against Jiahui, Jiahui against Hossein Vafaei. Judd Trump is top of the table, 6 wins out of 6. Selby's qualified as well. Jiahui, if he wins this match, will definitely be in. Karen Wilson is waiting on this match, and also Hossein Vafaei and Matt Selt, because if Vafaei beat Jiahui, sorry, not Matt Selt, Hossein Vafaei, Jiahui, if Vafaei won that match, he would go above Wilson. So Karen Wilson just waiting to see if he'll be in the playoffs. All will be revealed over the next hour or so.
Yes, and also not just who is in the playoffs, but in what position, because the semi-finals will be on table 1, the table topper, Judd Trump, against the player who finishes 4th. And on table 2, the other semi-final will feature the players who finish 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, and if Karen Wilson does make it, then clearly 2 of the 3 there in the top 4, Trump, Selby, Wilson, 2 of the 3 are going to have to play each other in the playoffs.
Jiahui and Mark Selby have had some remarkable matches over the years. Selby's won 3 of their 4 meetings in this tournament. Outside of the Championship League, he leads 7-4 in their head-to-head. Couple of superb matches in the Championship League between these two. In Group 3 in 2022, Selby won 3-0. Breaks of 131, 108 and 94. Outscored Jiahui 334 points to 4. And then completely the opposite. Same result, but it was such a narrow victory. In Group 3 last year, Selby won 3-2 on the black. He was 64-0 down in the decider, cleared up with 66.
Well, that's not gone to plan, clearly. So, okay, he's got a useful lead, but
59.
59 with 75 still on, by no means over the line yet.
Jiahui 59.
I know they say beware the injured snooker player and all that, but I think Hossein Vafaei is in a lot of pain with his shoulder now, and so I would make Jiahui a big favourite to win that match over on table 2. And if that's the case, Wilson is in. Good though, Dave, we've gone down to the wire, isn't it?
There's been very few dead matches in all the groups this year. You know, they've all seemed to have been tight, and there's been a lot to play for all along the way. Obviously, Selby is in already, but we know he'll be professional as he always is. As Judd Trump was, he was determined, I think, to win all 6. Of course, it is £200 a frame as well. It's worth saying, you know, it's soon stacks up. 3,600 Trump's won in this group already, and of course now he's in the semis. The money's going up and up.
Yeah, he's such a pro. I was chatting with him half an hour or so ago over our between sessions meal. Well, not a bad escape, taking the cue ball up into balk. Exactly what you'd expect from Mark Selby. Yeah, I said to Trump, if you played in all the groups, you'd have had 50 centuries. And he said, well, maybe. He has been outstanding, but of course, as we said earlier on today, the slate is wiped clean when you get to the playoffs. That was a pressure ball and it was well struck. But with 5 reds left on the table, and therefore 67 points, this frame is not under lock and key yet.
No, and it's not just the 5 reds, it's the fact they're all out in the open, isn't it? You know, there's nothing safe, there's nothing on a cushion. He could try and get something on a cushion here, of course, for a bit of security. Had such a good season, he would not be out of place as the winner of this tournament by any means. Been his best ever season, having turned pro in 2007. Puts the brown on the cushion. Near to it. And has a useful lead. Looking for one more red to win this opening frame, barring, of course, snookers.
A Chinese player has won the Championship League. In 2012, Ding beat Judd Trump in the final 3-1. Zhou Yulong came close also in 2018, losing 3-2 in the winners' group final to John Higgins. Well, what a pot. And talk about cruel. 2 reds go in. That does Selby no good whatsoever. So now, even with this black to middle, all he can do is force a respotted black. Without recourse to penalty points, of course.
Nine.
Reminiscent of many moons ago, Dave, I was at an exhibition in which John Spencer was the headliner. And John was on a 147.
17.
He potted a really good red, went into a mini bunch and knocked in another at the same time, and certain members of the crowd clapped. It was devastating. Not that they clapped, that we'd been deprived of a 147 by Lady Luck.
Well, as you say, this could be a respot.
25.
Now, of course, Xiao Kudong earlier did push that brown into a safer position deliberately for this very scenario. Selby counter-attack.
26. $33.
Yeah, he had the perfect angle, didn't he, to bring the brown out? That's what he's done. So now, every chance to clear up and force the extra black. Had one last night, didn't we, with Judd Trump and Hussein Vafaei? Well, not much angle here. Well, the wrong angle, really.
Classic case there of not forcing the issue, just taking what he'd got. Very nice blue.
47.
Looks like being all tied up, this frame.
Yeah, respotted black beckons. Frame is tied, so Mark Selby's done what he had to do, and now the black comes back on to see who takes the frame.
Mentioned this yesterday, if you weren't listening. I think it's worth a repeat. Last week at the German Masters, before he very unluckily had to withdraw through illness, Ricky Walden beat Dylan Emery 5-3. It was 3-3, and he won consecutive frames to close out the match by winning respotted black frames.
Well, the man you mentioned, John Spencer, of course, he won the first ever Masters on a respot against Ray Reardon. Mark Williams later did the same against Stephen Hendry in deciders, of course.
Rather conservative. Yeah, that last safety shot from Jiahui was asking for trouble, especially with Selby coming to the table. Got to be happy with that one, though.
Cross double, it's in, and Mark Selby steals the opening frame. What a dramatic finish. He forced the respot, he's cross doubled it, it's 1-0. Now Mark Selby, who played so well against Xiao Guodong, has started like an express train here against Hossein Vafaei. It's 1-0, as you can see.
Ready, Karen. Second frame.
Or it will be.
Karen Wilson to break.
102.
Selby starting with a century, having made 2 in the previous match. Meanwhile, Wilson's at 120 in frame 1 here. So some standard being produced. We know that Judd Trump likes a century. He's made 74 this season. So don't rule out something from him as well. But he's already seen Wilson. He's bang up for this tonight.
Yeah, just taking a second extra there, Trump, just weighing up his options. He was very close to being tempted to the red to corner, try and dig down on the cue ball to get it round the back of the black out for a colour potentially, but the pace he would have had to hit it at, had he have missed it, may have presented an easy early opener for Kyron in this second, which he doesn't want to do. Just seen that wonderful century break in the opening frame. To try and make Kyron work for his chances now.
Well, worst possible result for Trump, missing it and leaving it on. 1-3-6 the break from Selby. So last 3 frames he's won. He's had a maximum, another century, and now that total clearance. Ridiculous, really.
I just feel like the standard has massively increased today compared to yesterday anyway.
One.
And it wasn't bad yesterday, it's just that today has been exceptional.
Yeah, I think for whatever reason the tables didn't help yesterday, but conditions have been good today, and that's been reflected in the play. Going out on a high in this year's Championship League, and we really have ended up with a terrific lineup in the semi-finals.
Six. Seven.
Another very well controlled shot from Kyron. Didn't intend to be on that red so thinly, but navigated the cue ball effortlessly in and out of balk. He's got the perfect angle here on the blue, should he wish to go into the pack of reds, but you can just see the pink. There's a line of 3 reds beneath it that are slightly detached from the main cluster, so going into them from the blue, they might not open that well anyway. Well, I wonder if he's got the angle on this red to stun across beneath the pack. Try and flick the red away from the black. Looks to have a nice angle.
11.
Well, the black clearly pots to the right corner, which I didn't think it did. He's being picky. He's probably landed a little too low on this black for comfort. Can't play this with too much pace now. Had to really nip into the cue ball, which limited how much energy he could get going through the pack of reds.
18.
That cue ball rolls an extra ball. He powers into them and they're spread far and wide.
Karen Wilson, 18.
Well, Trump will be relieved that Wilson only made 18 after what happened in the last frame. The same Vafaei is in early on in the second frame against Selby, having sat out the opener there.
One. Eight. Nine. $16.
Well, they've split perfectly. There was a nice little corridor here. Just look at the little gap. Made sure to get the cue ball in there. Plenty of backspin to draw reds out. They've opened
17.
absolutely spot on. So, good chance for Judd to try and level things up. Both players clearly playing some good stuff now. Iron did struggle a little bit early on in this group. Judd Trump has been solid throughout.
Yes, I thought last night Wilson just looked tired. You know, obviously it's been a long haul for him. The Masters, the German Masters, now here. But somehow he's clung on. And Trump knows he's going to have to produce the goods here against him.
23. $24.
Trump has made 23 centuries in the Championship League. Now, that would have equalled the old record of Kyron, actually, and Matt Selt. But, of course, Jack Jones this year has made 32. So, that's going to take some beating in the future. Imagine if Trump had come here for the first group, although, of course, the problem with that is he probably would have won one of the first couple of groups. But if he could have stayed in all of them, well, it doesn't even bear thinking about how many he could have made.
Yeah, this is only his third group, isn't it? Amazing tally, really. Might have made the 100 centuries here. Just goes to show when these players get in a groove and when the conditions are right, they're just so good. They just score heavy all day. They get a chance, they just win the frame. Trump is an absolute scoring machine.
Yes, and you have to admire his concentration. You know, it's you need focus, and also, let's be honest, there's a lot of hanging around here. Your mind can wander if you're not careful. You start eating the treats in the players' room, and you're not quite ready. But he seems to have been ready for every match. Hence, he's won every match here in this group so far. But now the most important two here in the playoffs. Made the point yesterday, it's a special tournament for Trump. It was the first one he won that featured other top players back in 2009. He was a 19-year-old then, new on the scene, but proved to the other top boys that he was going to be a prospect, and has certainly backed that up over the years.
.48. .49.
Well, it's gone slightly wrong. Are these two reds close to a plant to this right middle pocket? Clearly not, otherwise Judd would have been having a good look at them. Not over the line just yet in this frame. He could potentially attempt the red he's closest to into the yellow pocket, try and screw back for the black. May not believe in anything other than the ready attempts. Close, but it's not there.
Judd Trump, 56.
Now he's left. Tempting double for Kyron Wilson. They have to play it with some pace to straighten the red up, but possibly too risky at this stage.
Yeah, a little tap on the table from Wilson. Judd Trump, we saw him look at that. Remember, there is a £10,000 prize for winning, plus all the money you've won along the way. 300 per frame now in the playoffs, 3,000 for reaching the playoffs, 5,000 as runner-up. So the money does go up.
Well, it's not very often you see a frame like this. Clearly the area of the table the players are trying to get the cue ball to is behind this black. Both being careful not to push a red over a corner pocket. Oh, and that might be bad news, that little bump off the knuckle. I don't think it's a free ball.
Julian Bell pulling the cue ball back.
Well, now this becomes interesting because I believe Judd can see this red full ball. You don't have to see both extreme edges of it. You just need to be able to see it full. And if he can, he'll be warned.
The pink moved, so it's a little bit this. You can just see that edge, can't you?
Yeah.
See, possibly a little bit to the left, pink fraction.
Maybe forward, but to the right.
Well, these are just minute adjustments. Trump, obviously, he knows best because he's down the line of the shot. Can't see anything full, no warning. No contact either.
Foul. Karen Wilson. 4.
Yeah, and he's basically played 3 identical shots there, just Trump.
Well, Wilson has not had the white replaced. Going on the attack.
One.
Well, an excellent pot as well.
Yeah, great decision from Kyron. Now that he's got the red. Or that having it replaced, Judd would have had a bit of trouble making contact with that red because I think he felt that the cue ball was pulling slightly left and he was trying to catch the red as thin as he could. So
6.
may have had to make a bigger adjustment. Sometimes they can overcompensate and might have hit the red very full and left Kyron in, but to be, Kyron took the chance to attack, as you say, and what a decision that was. Clearly now the problem ball for Kyron Wilson is the red right in the middle of the baulk cushion.
7. Eleven. Well,
that's not the best shot he's ever played. He's not got high enough up to take the brown, so he's having to take the more difficult green. I think he's got an angle to chip the red off the cushion, so possibly just playing in behind it. This frame now rests on this red. Well, if he picked his cue ball up and placed it, he'd have probably put it there. That's about perfect as to where he wants to be. The pot's still no easier.
50.
Quite an unusual situation, this. You're used to taking this type of red down the black cushion, not the baulk cushion. They always seem a little bit more difficult.
Karen Wilson, 50.
Yeah, not too close, really. So, frame not over yet. Just to say, as we see the replay, that Hossein Vafaei's levelled up with Mark Selby on table 2, 1 each. That continues live, of course, on Matru Multisport YouTube channel.
Strange, really, because that red, had it have been down the black cushion, you're 95% certain that he knocks it in. But on the baulk cushion, it's a toss of a coin. It's 50-50. It's a strange situation, really. You're just not used to playing them along the baulk cushion.
Yeah, and that's where they decided in Riyadh to put the golden ball, of all places. So good luck with that.
The thing as well is the nap of the cloth. It runs down the table towards the black cushion, so theoretically the nap is pulling the ball away along the baulk cushion. It's pulling it into the cushion on the black cushion, so yeah, can't wait to try and drop that golden ball in for $1 million and see it pull out.
Well, Wilson just got away with the last shot he played, but this is now, you feel, a red ball game, not necessarily, but just 9 points in it. Feel whoever pots this certainly is favourite for the frame.
Clever shot from Kyron, not trying to do too much with that, just split the red and the object ball. Sorry, the red and the cue ball. Well, he's done well there, Trump, to not leave anything for Kyron. Well, he did leave something. He left a tempter at the double, and he needs no tempting. Straight down and knocks it in. What a great shot that was. Very inventive. Wasn't a straightforward double, that. It was well off the cushion. And deceive the players, that type of shot, but he's played it so well. What a turning point that could be. What a frame to win. Not there yet.
Six.
No, but Trump will be concerned now.
Nine.
Although several times he's come back from 2-0 down in this winners group to win matches. He's going to have to do it again, it would seem, to reach the final.
30.
He's made all the running in this group, Judd Trump, but Kyron Wilson has shaded their rivalry this season.
18.
He's going to be 2-0 up with this ping, one away from the final. So a closer frame for sure, but it's gone to Kyron Wilson as the first did as well. Wilson leads 2-0. (2-0) it is to Kyron Wilson against Judd Trump, who, as I say, has come back 3 times to my knowledge in the actual group to win 3-2 from 2-0 down. This, of course, though, is direct knockout. Mark Selby 1 each with Hussein Vafaei. Selby 31-0 up in the next frame. As we approach the final of the Championship League this year, the invitation version. Of course, we will be back in the summer, I can confirm, with the ranking version. Already looking forward to that. That'll be in July. But as for this one, well, Judd Trump, 3 times a winner. He's in a spot of bother. Here's Selby. He's not in a spot of bother in this frame. He's looking good for a 2-1 lead. Of course, looking to defend the title. Only John Higgins has done that in the Invitation Championship League. It's a hard event to win. Never mind win 2 years running. But Mark Selby, I'm not saying he's come through quietly in this group, but a lot of the chatter, of course, has been around Trump and Wilson, understandably. But Selby, particularly today, I think has been very impressive. Obviously, he's had the maximum. That speaks for itself. But overall,
46.
it's just looked good, and he's looking good there to take the lead at 2-1. Judd Trump needs something to happen soon here. Otherwise, it'll be a semi-final exit after all the hard work he's put in this tournament.
Just thinking, actually, before we came down for this match, I was up in the players' lounge just as the players were being collected by the referees, and everyone was just working out the group as the final results were coming through. And Kyron Wilson just put his coat on and grabbed his rucksack, and Julian Bell very abruptly said, "Where are you going? You've got a game to play. I'm refereeing you." And he said, and Trump was there, and I think Kyron said it in such a way that Trump could hear it. He said, well, I just like to take my stuff downstairs, so if it all goes pear-shaped, I can just get straight off. Mind games.
Absolutely, yeah. Totally. It's all part of it.
He has looked good for his 2-0 lead, although Trump in the last frame, he was nicely in. Just broke down a bad positional shot, really. Screwed the black in, didn't get on a red when there was 3 in open play. Looking like a quick kill, really, in that second frame to level things up. Not to be a great double in the end from Kyron to give himself the chance to clear up. Well, it's a bad shot, really, to catch the green from where he was. Basically anything but hit the green and he was okay. It would have been safe. But Trump unable to pot the red. Well, alarm bells certainly for Judd Trump. He may feel that his next mistake could be his last. Now, could it be that one?
One. Eight. Nine.
Well, Mark Selby has made another century, so he's just mopping up. He needs pink and black for a 135. So last 4 frames he's won, he's had centuries in all of them.
Well, talk about finding your form when it matters most. What a display from Leicester's very own. And it really would be some achievement to defend this title, as you say, and it would just highlight the fact that, you know, we often
15.
consider Mark Selby to be a specialist in the long distance matches, particularly at the Crucible with his record and how hard he is to beat over the distance. But this is proving that he's hard to beat in any format. Group stages, best of fives, you name it. He'll play snooker and he'll be hard to beat.
16.
Yes, and that century he's made is his 50th of the season. To be honest, it's been hard to keep count, but that is number 50. Now Wilson with a chance to make potentially a match-winning break here. And he's certainly been the dominant player. I know frame 2 was close, but Trump hasn't scored in this match, which is what he's been doing, of course, all through the group.
$24.
Yeah, this is a good chance now, and Judd will be worried, actually, sat in his seat, feeling that he's possibly made his last mistake. The red to middle. Clearly one eye was on the cannon to the blue to hold the cue ball, but didn't expect him to miss it.
Should just say briefly congratulations to our colleague Dominic Dale, who's here for the early groups. He's qualified for the Welsh Open. He's beaten Mitchell Mann 4-3.
$31.
Michael Holt has won 4-1 against Daniel Wells. Michael, we've had in the commentary box a few times. He lost a frame there after an extraordinary amount of fouls. But he won the match 4-1. Now, Karen Wilson, it'll be a long time before he's back in qualifying for anything. Apart from qualifying for the final, maybe, tonight. It's in his hands, and you'd fancy him from here.
Yeah, the pink and black both available, which has helped throughout this. He's tidied up the business end of this table early on. You say, just looking to put the finishing touches to this match now. The reds are all there for him.
45.
Incredible how quickly your fortunes can turn around at one point. As we've already mentioned, he thought he was going home.
46.
Made plans for this evening.
Keep hearing about these plans. I don't know what they were, though. I hope they were nothing too special.
Yeah, and I'm just... What a life these snooker players live, making plans on a Wednesday evening on a school night. What a life. Well, it's looking like his plans have certainly changed, and a final to look forward to. He's edging closer to the winning line. Still a little bit of work to be done.
$54.
That was a nice shot. Took the more difficult red there purely because he was hampered on the two easier ones, but knew that he had angle enough to come across the face of the black. Judged it to perfection.
$61. $62. $69.
So, this is the ball that should put Karen Wilson into the final, and it's been a dominant display.
70.
Judd Trump was dominant in the group phase. He won all 6 matches. But once again, it's Karen Wilson who has got one over on him in what's a fascinating rivalry, and it runs all through the season in every event, Championship League included. Trump was the red-hot favourite coming into the playoffs. Kyron Wilson had his coat on. He thought he was going home.
78.
But here he is, producing the goods again. And he's going to play Mark Selby or Hossein Vafaei for the title. And it would be, of course, his second title in 3 days.
85.
Just won the German Masters out in Berlin. He's come here not feeling jaded, but feeling up for another tournament win.
86.
What a start to 2025 it's been for the Warrior. Just continuing on with his dominance in snooker at the minute. These two,
93.
by far the player of the season, both of them. It's Kyron Wilson who's come out
94.
on top again. Looks so strong in every department at the minute. Full of confidence.
So another century into the mix. Fantastic way to win. Judd Trump departs, having made 74 centuries now this season, so certainly the 23s made in the Championship League are going to take him to within a good shot of making 100 for the season and therefore landing that £100,000 bonus. But he won't be winning this tournament. He won't be making any more in the Championship League.
111.
And now into the bargain, Wilson's trying to play some Judd Trump shots.
130.
Never took.
Maybe a little bit of work needed on that score. Judd can smile about it at least. So 113 to win it. Kyron Wilson, the first man into the final of the Championship League. He beat the top seed Judd Trump, who of course had won all 6 matches in the group phase. He beat him 3-0, and he will have a little break now before he discovers who he will play in the final. It's Mark Selby or Hossein Vafaei. So Wilson can put his feet up. Mark Selby 2-1 up here. These are live pictures, and he's at the table in the next with a chance. Pretty good chance, you've got to say, where the Bulls are to set up what would be a pretty tasty final.
Yeah, Hossein was nicely in actually in this frame, looking to score a few and possibly take it the distance, but Mark has found a way back in, as he so often does. Played brilliantly well again in this game. 2 century breaks.
Well, I mean, he's not won yet, but if he does, they're both going to be playing really well, aren't they? Both Wilson and Selby have impressed hugely. I mean, Selby, you know, the 4 tons he's made in this session speak for themselves.
16.
They did play earlier today. Selby won 3-1 against Wilson. But first things first, he's got to actually reach the final. When we started out on January the 3rd, obviously we had no idea what we would end up with, but it looks like 2 of the game's real big hitters going toe-to-toe. Both former winners of this title.
7.
And let's not forget, Mark Selby got in the Championship League last year, initially through winning... Sorry, they got in the Champion of Champions initially through winning this. He did later win the British Open, which would have got him in as well. But he can nail down that place in that big event with victory here. Of course, Wilson already qualified.
23. 24.
So now the work for Mark Selby begins, because the 5 reds around the black are all quite congested. They need developing at some point, and he's running out of time to do that. Possibly look to drop this pink in to the middle pocket, either loose red into left corner. But then he's looking for an angle off his next colour.
Good. What do you want?
Well, he's going to have to really get some work into this cue ball if he's going to take the yellow. To really nip into it. Side cushion into the reds. Good line. How's his luck?
$33.
Well, he looks pretty content. And he's down quickly, so clearly this red goes.
34.
Well, he's not out of the woods just yet. The lead is increasing slowly, but and still needs work to be done. Other 2 reds by the black, close to a plant to left corner. If not, he'll have to screw right back and take the far left red. Cue ball will be travelling back up the table again, though.
Yes, it's a real effort, this, isn't it? To get over the winning line, still only 20 in front.
$41.
Well, a very similar shot, probably again coming up here. Green, similar to how he played the yellow, side cushion into the reds.
$44.
Well, surely he's not landed on that red. Surely there's not a gap between the red and black. Oh, dear me. Everything he touches turns to gold.
It's starting to look that way, isn't it? I mean, like you say, that was amazing, and it's unlocked the door really to winning this match now. Obviously, he's enjoyed looking at the Championship League trophy on the mantelpiece this last year.
$52.
Well, he just needs red and one more colour. The pot shouldn't be an issue. Cue ball is going into the black though, so he just needs to be mindful of the cannon that he's going to get to it. Can he just push it on, control it, or is it worth taking that out of the equation, playing up for blue or pink? What he's chosen to do, and that's a good decision.
Well, what an extraordinary evening it's been for Selby. The maximum was the highlight, but there's been many other great moments as well. This has been a terrific break, and this is match ball. It's going to be Mark Selby against Kyron Wilson in the final of the Championship League. One to savour, 2 big hitters.
58.
Two great players going head-to-head for the title.
$59.
Credit to Vafaei, who's played through the pain barrier. He's had shoulder and neck in trouble. Feels like Selby, though, has just sort of come through quietly in this group. He's gone about his business. And there's the concession. So Mark Selby completes victory over Vafaei by 3 frames to 1. And the final of the 2025 invitational version of the Championship League is the world champion, Karen Wilson, against the defending champion, Mark Selby. And that is coming up in 5 minutes' time.
it has arrived. After 16 days of competition and hundreds of matches, this is the final. And what a cracking final it is to boot. It is the world champion against the defending champion. Kyren Wilson coming good when needs be. As for Mark Selby, I think he's played his best snooker in the last few hours of the entire group. So both players are peaking at the right time. And once again, the player who finishes top of the group in terms of the round-robin phase, Judd Trump, is unable to kick on in the playoffs. It's been a feature of the entire tournament, Stephen, and it's carried on right the way through.
Yeah, it's the new curse, isn't it? The curse of the Championship League. No player has topped the group after the group standings and then gone on to win it. So continues on, but what a mouth-watering final we've got to look forward to.
And also, what a mouth-watering first major World 9-Ball Tour ranking event we've got to look forward to. It was announced today. It's in Sarajevo, which is in Bosnia and Herzegovina. It is 11th to the 16th of March at the Hotel Hills in Sarajevo, the European Open Championship, where the winner will receive $40,000 US, the likes of Jason Shaw, Mosconi Cup MVP, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, David Alcade, Eklund Kachi, the hometown hero, Sanyan Pelovanovic, Johan Chua from the Philippines, all are guaranteed to be there. And, of course, Fedor Gorst, who started the year in brilliant fashion by winning the One Pocket division and the Banks division at the Derby City Classic, getting to the semi-final of 9-ball, and, you might imagine, winning the Master of the Table, the overall, as a consequence. He is the man to beat at the Hotel Hills in Sarajevo, 11th to the 16th of March. And I believe, Stephen, you've competed at that venue.
Yeah, we had our Q-Tour playoffs last season at the back end of last year, and yeah, great hotel, great place. Never been to Bosnia. It was nice to visit Sarajevo for the first time, and yeah, it'd be a great event. Brilliant place to have a tournament staged.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that one, actually. The European Open the last couple of years has been in Fulda in Germany at the height of summer. That was a nice trip. But as you say, going to another country will be a treat. And let's hope that Sanyan Pelovanovic goes deep, because there's nothing better than a hometown hero performing in his own backyard. Look at Mark Selby. He's looking to win another title at this Mattioli Arena. He's won the WST Classic here. He won the BetVictor Championship League Snooker Invitational last year as well to receive that trophy. And now he's on the cusp of a hat-trick. I think you would make him favourite, considering how he's played to get here, but in a best-of-5 frame match against the quality of opposition provided by Kyren Wilson, how can you make anyone favourite? Wilson, I will say, I think he's produced his best performance of the entire group in the semi-finals, when most needed.
Definitely. Couldn't agree more. Kyren was brilliant there against Judd. Judd could have won the second frame and levelled things up, and it may have been a different match, but Kyren certainly produced his best snooker there, as has Mark Selby this afternoon and this evening.
Mark Selby to break.
What a final. Very tough to pick a winner here, actually. I think it could go very close, and I wonder how much of an effect that match they had earlier on will play on this match. Let's not forget frame 3 earlier, Phil, between Mark Selby and Kyren Wilson.
Yes, Selby salvaged it after needing a couple of snookers. He won the match 3-1 in the end. Now, before we get underway, I must tell you about another winner. The winner of our competition today for 2 tickets to the UK Open Pool Final in Telford in early May. So we've got the European Open in March, and then the UK Open in May, the big WNT ranking events. And the winner of our competition, well, he answered the question correctly. Who was the runner-up in last year's UK Open to Robbie Capito? It was the player they call the Butcher, Mieszko Fortunski. Plenty of correct entries on Twitter, /X. But the gentleman who was pulled out of the hat, and congratulations to him, Kieran Gibbon. So look forward to your company in Telford on May 11 for the final.
Well, hold the back page. A collector's item. A poor safety shot from Mark Selby.
One.
Well, I can't believe it, and I don't think he can either. I'm sure that Kyron can't. Probably feels dizzy going back to his seat. Very, very rare you see a bad safety shot played from Mark, but that was a big misjudgment. First chance to Kyron then. Looking to kick on from that semi-final where he made 2 century breaks. Mark Selby did the same against Hossein Vafaei. 2 centuries for him now. Answers on a postcard here for that positional shot from Kyron. What is he on? At first glance, nothing. So much room to play the cue ball into there for the area. Right at the back of the pack was the ready intended to get on. Is he playing the plant? Well, that was high tariff to say the least.
Karen Olsen 6.
Nicely covered the red close to the right corner pocket, which is, or was, his priority. Let's give that problem to Mark Selby now.
Can't help but think, you know, this is a pretty brutal format, best of fives. And yet, what's the final? World number 2 against world number 4. The leading players in snooker find a way. And the knack is to find a way to hit form when it counts at max, and that's what Wilson looks like doing in semi-finals, and hopefully from his perspective in the final as well.
Yeah, Kyron gave plenty for Mark Selby to think about on his previous shot. Mark was just trying to contain it, but he was in so much trouble that it was even difficult to do that. Oh, was another positional shot goes astray, and that's another terrible shot from Kyron Wilson. He's had 2 good chances in this frame. He'll be bitterly disappointed to run out of position there.
Yellow ball. Foul. The miss. Karen Wilson 5. Mark Selby 4. Back. Oh, sorry.
Two very similar players, both tactically savvy, both heavy scorers, both cracking potters, and also model pros. I base my assessment that Selby was favoured purely on the fact he, in the group as a whole, has played better than Wilson. No doubt about it, indisputably. But I think now he's in the final, one last push, you will see a different Wilson. You'll see a more intense, a more focused Kyron Wilson.
Yeah, because that's all it is now. One last push. One last best of 5 to decide this whole tournament. Well, he had a long, hard look at something there, Kyron, and it was either a massive miss hit or he was trying to push the boat out too much. Trying to be too clever there with that. Either way, it's gone wildly wrong. Mark will be delighted to be back at the table with a chance in this frame because Kyron's had 2 good ones.
And latterly, in his final group match against Xiao Guodong and in the semi-finals, Selby's cue ball control has been 10 out of 10.
Eight. Nine.
because Jack Jones pulled out early in Group 7.
16.
We didn't have quite the maximum amount of matches. Nevertheless, this is the 186th best of 5 in this year's event. And look at the personnel in the final.
24.
Both hungry for success. One, though, has a slightly bigger incentive than the other. Kyron Wilson, his place in the Champion of Champions is guaranteed, having won the German Masters 3 days ago. Mark Selby, yet to be there.
Thirty-two. Thirty-three.
Mind you, Stephen, the usual suspects are lining up for the Champion of Champions. Already qualified Mark Williams, Mark Allen, Sean Murphy, Kyron, Judd Trump. Now Selby hoping to join that number. And 2 other qualifiers, shootout champion Tom Ford and Scottish Open champion Leipei Fan.
41.
Yeah, it's an amazing opportunity, isn't it? And it's something that's, I suppose, is nice to tick off the list as early as possible. Of course, he booked his place in that Champion of Champions last year via winning this event. Of course, it came apparent that he would have got in it anyway by winning the British Open, but initially it was from this one.
And funnily enough, just before his semi-final, I was walking up the stairs here at the arena and he was walking down. I congratulated him on his 147. And he said, well, at least I get something for it. Still hasn't let go of the fact he made that 147 at the Champion of Champions a few years back and there was no 147 prize. There was no high break prize. Won't let go of that for all the prize money he's won.
Yeah, he's granite in all senses of the word, isn't he?
Well, he's looking intently at this. Looks from that angle he can definitely squeeze through. Not a bad ploy, is it, to give your opponent some ray of hope and then dash it?
It's the most annoying thing in the world when you sat in your seat. You can pretty much guarantee that they can see the red. There's no doubt about it, but
54.
it's a snooker player thing. You just have to milk it a bit when you're at the table. Just give them that false sense of security. Get down, knock it in and clear up. Thank you very much.
$62.
using the rest, gave that all due care and attention
63.
because it was frame ball.
$70. $71.
Wilson had a couple of early openings in this frame, but on each occasion,
78.
position let him down. As for Selby's control of the cue ball, certainly in the second half of today, it's been flawless.
79.
Yeah, he's really hit the ground running today. He's found his form when it matters most. How well is he playing at the minute, Mark Selby?
86.
The last 5 frames he's won here, he's made 4 big tons, including that 147. Can he make it 5 from 6?
87.
I was about to say, where the yellow is, it would be good practice to maybe pot the golden ball if he ever gets the chance in Riyadh. But he's not on the yellow. But it goes in nevertheless.
96.
What a pot that was. Oh, just brilliant from Mark. Does he miss? Is he ever going to miss again?
99.
What a break this has been. Pure class from a pure class player. Oh, he's missed the brown for the ton.
Missing on 99, always annoying, but the main task was to win the opening frame and to make his presence felt. Mark Selby has done that with aplomb. If Mark Selby can kick on from here and lift this trophy for the second year in succession, he will take his earnings for the event over £25,000. Plus, of course, that huge ancillary benefit of being in the Champion of Champions, where the first round losers get a 5-figure sum.
Yeah, good opening frame from Mark, and instantly eyeing up this long red that Kyron has left from his break off. From what we've seen in the opener, you'd expect him to go close. Straight in the middle of the pocket. Business as usual.
1.
Not the best flick to a ball colour though. A little bit heavy on the pace. May just be the safety shot now.
Mark Selby 1.
Well, another long red goes astray for Kyron. And worse yet, he couldn't have left it any better for Mark Selby. Didn't really get all that close to it, although he was doing work with the cue ball. You never know where it's going to finish when you miss it, but he's left it absolutely perfect for Mark. So he played so well against Judd in his semi-final, but yet to get going in this final.
1.
Mark Selby certainly won't let up. He won't be looking to give Kyron an easy in whatsoever. Plays the same way regardless of the event, regardless of the format.
Annoyed with that one. Wanted a slightly thicker kiss on the first red he contacted. And I think that shows just how he's feeling, Mark Selby. He feels as though every time he gets in, he's going to put together a big number. He knew that was a key ball.
Yellow ball. Mark Selby 7.
Well, Kyron having to play safe off the reds down the right side, just needs to be careful he doesn't flip anything thin over the left corner pocket. Yeah, he caught it very thin, which was ideal. Send the red into the red. It's a great safety shot from Kyron. Very, very good.
No one is better at getting out of snookers for no damage than Mark Selby. Okay, for him, for most that would be quite a box standard escape, but in general, no one's better.
Referee Natalia Gradinari
Yeah.
convinced that it's not touching. Kyron having a good look, thinks it's close. Who's got the better of the eyes? Kyron admits defeat. Tiniest of gaps.
Well, strangely, the only fault in Selby's performance in this final so far, a couple of uncharacteristic safeties. Now, these are horrible little shots. Over the course of the last 2 days, we've seen a lot of these missed actually to the far jaw. Is it worth it, Stephen?
Well, that's the question that Kyron Wilson is currently asking himself. I think the fact that he's badly hampered over a red and it's very thin, that it probably isn't. Not the time, nor the place. If he misses it, he sticks Mark Selby right in amongst them once again, so... Trying to come 2 cushions, nestling behind the back of the green. Well, I'll live nearer than that.
Ah, and the miss. Mark Selby 4.
Now, I think part of Selby's calculation there in putting Wilson back, I don't think he expected to be left a chance, but what he thought might happen, and I think what has happened, is he's been given the chance to boss the safety exchange. Again, though, not Selby's most telling safety. It's workable. These two have played each other so often in the Championship League. Actually, this is their 20th meeting in this tournament over the years. Selby, for what it's worth, leads 11-8. As for other tournaments, though, well, he's completed a head-to-head clean sweep against Wilson and beaten him on many big occasions. World Championship quarter-final, 2016. 2 China Opens back-to-back in 2017 and 2018, both in the semi-final. Then quarter-finals at the Champion of Champions in 2020 and Tour Championship in 21. Oh, and that backfired.
Yeah, because catching the green, this red is cuttable into the middle pocket. Mark's concern is where the cue ball is going to go. Surely into the reds and trusting a little bit to luck. Well, he was able to hit it that thin and he's missed them completely, and I don't think he expected it. Is he on this brown? He can pot the brown and has a slight angle. He can get back down for the reds. Looking quite an inviting table, actually, down this business end. Well, not to be, so Kyron will be nestled in behind the brown.
Mark Selby 1.
And that's the discipline that you get from Mark Selby. He's always so present out there in the arena, regardless of the occasion. He assesses the situation. He knows he's got Kyren where he wants him at the moment. He knows that this is a short race, that the match can turn very quickly. Could have attempted the brown, could have missed it, could have let Kyren in, and all of a sudden it's 1-1, different game. Keeping it tight, tucked him up, wait for the chance. Now he's got the chance. Now the only question is, can he take it? Well, didn't fancy the red, which surprises me somewhat.
Yeah, I think he worked on the premise that this is such a tough snooker that perhaps next time around he'll get a better opportunity. But he was incorrect. Well, he was contemplating the red closest to the cue ball to left middle. It didn't look as though it would go. If it does, well, there you can see there's a clear path. If this goes in, everything's there, but he doesn't quite want to commit. In last year's final, he overcame Joe O'Connor, who's also from Leicester. This time he's got the world champion to try and brush aside. Oh, and shots like that help. Now that's the kind of ball you expect a Trump or a Jiahui to fire in.
Yeah, what a strike from Mark Selby. Felt he was backed into a corner there, and quite often is the case when a player of this standard is asked the question to pot himself out of trouble, they usually come up with the answers. Couldn't find a safety shot of any value to him, and felt that the safety option was possibly just as tough as going for the pot, and these guys would rather go out on their sword than play a bad safety.
He was stretching there to the maximum. Maybe that affected his timing slightly. But the pot on the blue itself was no bargain.
Huge frame to win, really, isn't it? At 2-0. You know, he's got 3 bites at the cherry to get this comp won. Very unlikely that, although of course it is possible that Kyren Wilson could just go on a mad one for 3 frames and not miss a ball, but he's probably going to get a chance mark to get this comp won. So he'll be trying his utmost here to get this frame won first of all. This is the chance to do so.
Seeking his second title of the season after the British Open.
he's a couple of cute positional shots away from being absolutely perfect here. The red right of the black now is the one that he would like to play on, because that just completely opens the black spot up. So needs to be careful. Shouldn't be a problem.
$20. $21.
He looks completely in the zone to me. Certainly when he's in amongst the balls, he seems as though it's inevitable he's going to knock them in.
Yeah, he's very, very focused, isn't he, Mark?
28.
He's one of these players that's very good at switching it on and off. It's a tough thing to do. You chat to him just as he's going out to play a game. I was in the practice room with him prior to his semi-final, and you know, he's laughing and joking. He's, you know, messing around, having a giggle, and then bang, straight into his semi. Ton. Thank you very much. It's all business. Not easy to do that.
29.
A lot of players find they take themselves off to try and get into that zone. Mark's able to just find it.
I think he's definitely found the table more appealing today. It's more reactive. Don't have to sledgehammer the balls like you were towards the tail end last night.
$37.
So 53 in front. The black is frame ball for 2-0.
$44.
He'd like one more red for insurance.
45.
I think the miss of the black with the rest has come too late to save Karen Wilson's bacon in frame 2. Mark Selby is one frame win away from a successful title defence in the BetVictor Championship League. Does Kyron Wilson have anything left in the tank? One note of caution for Mark Selby's many fans around the world. And I've mentioned this earlier today. Indeed, I think I mentioned it yesterday as well. Unlike him, in the last 2 or 3 seasons, he has lost matches in which he's looked to be in supreme form, and then all of a sudden things have pivoted and he's ended up scratching his head, leaving the tournament thinking, how did that occur? And he has lost a match in this group, actually, from 2-0 up against Judd Trump yesterday. Mind you, Trump played brilliantly in the last 3 frames, making breaks of 70, 136 and 88. And that's something similar to what Kyron Wilson requires here. But maybe after winning that German Masters on Sunday night in Berlin and then dashing here, maybe the tank is empty.
33.
Yeah, well, we'll soon find out.
Selby to break.
Is there anything left from Kyron Wilson? Mark Selby certainly won't be lying down and rolling over here. He'll be rolling on, trying to get this match won as quickly as possible. Cap off what's been a brilliant day of snooker from him.
Yeah, it was pretty ho-hum, wasn't it, yesterday? But today's... he's been in a different league. And that was in a different time zone from the pocket. If he's got away with that, even partially, he's been lucky, because he missed it so badly.
Yeah, that was a wide, wasn't it? Now Mark has a red available, quite thin, into this left corner. It will just pass the black though. Pot's tricky. Cue ball is sort of taking care of itself. Well, everything's going in at the minute, and that's a beautifully controlled positional shot. Fully committed to it. So this then the first chance to get this tournament won.
6.
Yeah, we're just studying the table here, Mark, just trying to plan his route of attack. There's a red at the back of the pack, which is probably the ball he'd like to get on low at some point to bring more reds into play. The pink is above and detached from the main cluster, which makes it difficult to open reds from it.
12.
Moving this red away from the black spot is ideal, because then that allows him to get that black back on its spot.
13.
He'll be potting the black here, playing on the red in open play, then looking to get back on the black to leave himself that low angle on that red at the back of the cluster. When he came to the table, probably thinking 5-6 shots ahead there, but it's all about this
20.
this positional shot from the next black.
21.
This could be the beginning of the end,
28.
if this one works out as Selby desires.
He's absolutely perfect. Just can't see how he doesn't bring all the reds into play here.
29.
Pushed out 2 or 3 at least, and in potting them may release others. There may be a couple of reds close to a plant as well. Played it very well, nice and controlled, didn't go into them with all that much pace. He knew exactly what was happening. All the reds moved.
36.
Karen Wilson, 1 invitational, 1 ranking, has won the Championship League twice. Not many others have done it.
37.
Judd Trump, Martin Gould, John Higgins. Is Mark Selby about to swell that number? Luca Brissell also has won 2 Championship Leagues, although never the invitational version.
Now he's probably looking for just one more little pack split. Mark Selby taking these loose reds, and he's taken what's there so well.
45.
Little angle on this pink, he can screw into the pack. This goes right, it's all over, I'm afraid. Yeah, it's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Well, what a performance this has been from the Jester. To defend this title, if he clears up and scores enough here to win this match at this visit, to defend this title, that is some achievement in itself, because it's, well, anything can happen really. 7 groups, so many permutations at stake, but he's found his best game when it matters most. What a performance this has been this afternoon from Mark.
Last year, when he prevailed, I remember suggesting it could set him up, stand him in really good stead for the rest of the campaign. It didn't really work out that way. But there's a huge difference here. To win this time, if indeed he does win, which looks increasingly likely, to triumph, he has been terrific. The Selby of old.
I mean, the game against Kyron earlier, the 3rd frame, if you didn't see it, please find a way to watch that back, because that really is a Mark Selby masterclass. And that actually, I think, set the tone for this whole day for Mark Selby.
57.
Got the juices flowing again. The torturer.
And this is frame, match, group, championship ball. A little annoyed with that one. That's how well he's playing. You would think he's over the line. 1 more red, and there is no doubt whatsoever. Hasn't this been simply brilliant?
It's just so good to watch. If you don't like watching Mark Selby play snooker, then I'm sorry, you don't like snooker. It's as simple as that. He's an absolute genius in his own right, Mark Selby, and he's shown us that today. What a player. One of the best, heaviest scorers we've ever seen. And no doubt about it, the best match player we've ever seen. Finds a way, finds his form when it matters most. This has been so good to watch. Mesmerising stuff.
And Selby, in fantastic style, has emulated John Higgins, who retained this title, won it back-to-back in 2017, 2018, and then repeated the feat in 22 and 23.
86.
We don't know what's going to transpire for the rest of the season, Stephen, but if Selby remains in this form, watch out. And watch out the Crucible.
Yeah, I just hope he can. I really do. I love watching Mark play. When he's at his best, there really is no one better to watch. What a superb match player he is, and yeah, he's a match for anyone, any occasion, any format. He's tough to beat. To cap up the event with a century break.
How fitting.
100.
A tournament that's produced more centuries than any other BetVictor Championship League. It won't be a total clearance, but when Kyron Wilson missed the red by a mile, Mark Selby stepped in clinically. He made a 99 break in the first frame, he bossed the second, and he wins the third with a round 100 to defeat the world champion Kyron Wilson by 3 frames to 0 and to successfully defend the BetVictor Championship League. Stephen, you sometimes run out of superlatives with these guys at the top of the game, but from his match against Jiahui earlier in this session, then the semi-final and final, you won't see 3 better best-of-5s from anyone than that.
Brilliant. Pure brilliance, wasn't it? The 147, you know, it speaks for itself. That was an incredible moment for Mark, the 6th of his career, but just relentless scoring all day. He's been absolutely superb and he's thoroughly deserved to be the winner.
Yes, he's won a little over £25,000 for this. He's in the Champion of Champions and he gets to speak to David Hendon.
Mark, it's hard enough to win this once, so how pleasing is it to win it 2 years running?
Yeah, I mean, very pleasing because, like you say, best of 5, it's a bit of a lottery, especially with the standard of players in this Championship League. So it's difficult to win, but, you know, I'd have been happy to win it once, but to win it twice is even better.
But your form tonight, I mean, was seriously good. Obviously, the maximum was a highlight, but a lot of other big breaks as well. You must be delighted with that. Yeah,
I played a lot better than yesterday. I think the big thing for me, even though I lost a couple of matches, I lost them both 3-2, which was pleasing because I only had to win probably 3 games then to get through. But the semis and the final, like I say, I played well. I mean, I scored well there when I got my chances. And, you know, it's nice to beat somebody like Kyron because he's the man of the moment at the minute. I mean, I know it's only best of 5, but you still get a bit of confidence from him.
And any trophy is nice to win, and of course, Champion of Champions place as well, off the back of this again.
Yeah, for sure, because I mean, I wasn't in it up until now, but hopefully that bang wasn't Kyron, though. But
you took it well, yeah.
I wasn't in it until now, so yeah, I mean, and to win any tournament nowadays is very, very difficult. So it's nice to sort of get that one in the bag, so I ain't got to worry about it.
And it's a big time of the season. You know, we're sort of building up to the World Championship, but a lot of big events to come before then. So you're formed good.
Yeah, good. Like I say, I feel like I've been playing okay like the last couple of months, but just seems to be just a bit inconsistent, playing one good game and then sort of not following it up with a very good game the next one. But you know, if I can try and string that kind of form together, then I've got a chance in any tournament for sure.
Brilliant. I'll take that off you, Mark, and I'd like to welcome Marcel Eckhart, the tournament director, to present you with your trophy.
To the winner, the spoils. It's his 37th professional tournament win, Mark Selby, and on this form, on this evidence, there are plenty more to come. So the story here in Leicester, there is, again, no place like home. The hometown hero has come good. Selby was on the mark. Thanks for being with us over the last 16 days of this tournament. I can assure you, Championship League will be coming your way again in the summer, late June, I believe. That's the ranking event version. Until then, from Stephen Hallworth, from David Hendon, and from Mark Selby, our BetVictor Championship League winner, it's a very good night.